So trial time. We still don't know who did it. Or at least it's not that obvious, but we've got a lot of motivation. We've got a lot of context for motivation now, which will hopefully help us. We don't really know what Acro is going to say on the stand either, other than what he literally told us. But I get the feeling we're probably going to go through the whole incident that happened 6 months ago in this trial. That took way too long to register, so... I really hope my computer doesn't just up and die. I bought this thing like 9 months ago. I would be really upset if this thing just started dying all of a sudden. Good morning, Max. Oh, yeah. Good morning, sweeties. You don't seem like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it. Tee. Is that... Oh. Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk. Regina! How fabulous. My sweetie pie princess. Okay, I don't know if it's really obvious, but already the animations have been really janky. I think, again, because they're probably the first time they played since I started up the game, but... Ooh, this does not bode well for the stream. You came to watch my performance today? Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this. Mo said that? So, what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess, you'll fly at the end? It's not that kind of show. Isn't that right, my sweeties? Huh? I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on, or even where she is. Well, Max, it looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today I'm just a member of the audience. Fabulous. Enjoy yourself out there. Good luck, Max. You're the best. Every single sprite is taking like an extra split second to actually disappear. I really hope this doesn't actually look that bad once we get into things more intense, but... Regina's different, don't you think, Nick? Top of the morning to you. Oh, it's Mo. Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in legal limbo. How low can you go? Mo? Top of the morning to you, governor. Top of the morning. That's the ticket. Attacking the day starts with energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm. No, but then again, worms like higher brain function. Why is everyone giving Max milk? Here, Max, I brought you a present. Have some milk. Oh, why? Thanks. So, how are you today, right? Well, I've got the feeling that today I'm going to face off against the real culprit. You mean Acro? Okay. Huh? You think he did it? Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line. Literally. He's got guts to spare. All I got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is. I'm used to it already. It just means that I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses. What are you going to do then, Nick? I guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today we rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro into the truth. You're right, but it's gonna be tough. Anyways, I want you to make that make sure that Regina sees it all today. It's important. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. Yeah. You want us to make sure Regina watches? Yes, and that's why I brought her to court today. What's that supposed to mean? She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. Well, it's not even... I mean, it's not that explicitly. It's just the fact that Regina just doesn't seem to register that literally anything... That's weird. What the fuck? I just clicked off... Jesus fucking Christ. Really struggling today. Did that always do that? Fuck, I actually can't remember now. Oh, anyway. The game screen disappeared the second I clicked on OBS for whatever reason. Court is now in session for the trial of Maximilian Galactica. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Jesus Christ. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well. Miss Von Karma, you may proceed with your case. The prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We have discovered a new witness. Or shall I say, a new eyewitness. One that saw Maximilian Galactica fly off from the crime scene. Order, order. I had a feeling something like this would come up. Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. An explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. In fact, my detective stayed up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders. Poor Gumshoe. Very well, please call your witness to the stand. Time to get to work. Or shall I say, time to walk the courtroom tightrope. Aw. Yes, new animations. Name and occupation. Ken Dingling, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the Berry Big Circus. Where were you the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room. Oh, if you look at the map, you'll see the witness's room is near the crime scene. My room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Oh, would you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. What I witnessed. It was just after 10 PM and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Sorry, I'm just taking in the rest of the room. See if there's anything that stands out from when we visited it, but it doesn't seem like it. Then, a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. He told us to our faces that he saw Max's face, and that's why he knew. God damn it. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. This witness's testimony matches up exactly with that of the clown. If that's the case, there is very little the prosecution need to add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. Foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix, right? Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, did. You are really bringing this up in court. Wow. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? In the words of Miss Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well. You may proceed with your cross-examination. It's just after 10 PM and I was resting in my bed. Around that time I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then a few moments later I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. Now... Oh, shit. Okay, so I'm going to test out what happens when we try and press him. Because I'm not sure if this is like, you're going to go nowhere or you're actually going to take damage for this. Because if it's going nowhere and it just kind of gives me extra fluff, then sure, I'll do it. But you said that you were resting in bed. One would thus assume that you turn the lights off in your room, correct? That's correct. But there are safety lights around the outside of the lodging house. It's so bright, sometimes it can make it hard to sleep. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a good idea to close some curtains? That's a good point. I never really thought of that. I guess that means I'll have to buy some curtains. Sometimes I do make myself useful in these chambers. Ow! The witness will proceed with his testimony. Okay, so maybe I'm just not getting anywhere with... Or maybe the implication is that there's going to be no pressing to proceed. There's only going to be finding contradictions. Your room is on the 3rd floor, right? Yes. And you said that you were resting in bed. That is correct. But you were still able to hear a sound from outside? I was indeed. Pressing Acro doesn't seem to get results. Maybe something was contradictory in what he said just now. I don't think so. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. Until I can find a clear contradiction, I should tread lightly. Then a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. Are you sure it was a human being? Could have been a mannequin, or perhaps a large action figure. Well, setting aside the possibility of a mannequin as an action figure is plausible. You have no need to mince words with Mr. Phoenix Wright. Testify to the truth and only the truth, just as if we were there with you that night. I believe it was a human. Damn, I just strengthened his testimony. I wonder if Acro's statement jives with the facts. I mean, I don't think there's anything that would contradict that. Round 10. I mean... So, this contradicts the time Acro said, but I don't know if that's, like, strong enough to really say, aha, you heard it at 10, but this happened at 10:15, because, like, he could have just lied there and kind of bled out or whatnot. Are we sure it was a human being? I don't think I have anything to actually contradict that, so... What's the matter, Mr. Wright? No, nothing, Your Honor. Until I find a clear contradiction, I should tread lightly. There was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. The light in your room was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. So with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window. The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see, but honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any of the other symbols? I clearly saw the silk hat, as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. I'm convinced that the person I saw was Max Galactica. The more impressive, the less results I seem to get. Maybe there was something fishy with his latest bit of testimony? Okay, I think I get where this is coming, where that whole comment was coming from. It seems like I need to actually be sure there's a contradiction in what's being said. I can't just press and assume that that's going to progress anything. The one thing that did catch my eye there is, he mentioned the white roses, but, that's kind of presumptuous, but given the context of the conversation, maybe that's not as contradictory as we think. He's just saying, like, look, like, this person's back was turned to me, I couldn't confirm if the white roses were there. I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. Yeah, fuck it. When did you start thinking that what you saw wasn't a dream? That's not important. I believe that the prosecution has done a bit of maintenance on the witness's memory. Just to make sure, let's ask the witness. Ow! Objection. Sustained. Are you fucking serious? Jesus Christ. Acro must be lying about what he saw, right? Of course he is. Now the challenge will be to expose his lies in court. I'll put the pedal to the metal, Nick. The problem is I don't know what he's lying about. Like... God, I wish I could remember the other trial. I feel like there's something here that, like, is really obvious that I'm just missing. I heard a thump. Okay, so let's go over this again. It's just after 10 PM and I was resting in my bed. Around that time I heard a large thump noise from outside the window, then a few moments later I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica, I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. So I've been able to pick whether I wanted to pick apart this statement, or pressing this statement, and this statement. I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. A few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. So I feel like it's this. The light in your room was turned off then, right? That's true, I was going to bed after all. So with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window? Safety lights lit things up enough for me to see, but honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Wait, if you could only see the silhouette, how were you able to... Yeah, that's it. I think that's it. There is a huge contradiction with the testimony that was just given. If there's a contradiction, then prove it with evidence. No, she's right. Let's see some evidence. Do you have any evidence to support your claim of a contradiction? Oh. Well, no, because I was going to use his own statement against him. Because he said that he said that he saw a silhouette, but he saw the back. Like, I don't... That's a statue. Did I still have that other picture with me? Yes. Oh, hold on a sec. Does that not have the feather in it? Wait, the bust doesn't have the feather in it. Oh, no, it does. That's weird. I guess it is, like, there and back, so it's not really, No. You just don't get it, do you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? What don't I get? You're not going to be able to get through this one with your usual bluff routine. Your client looks to be ready to take off once again. Straight towards a guilty verdict. You were bluffing? I will not... Ugh, fuck off. With pleasure. Oh, there was no punishment for that. Huh. So I have to have evidence that he's lying. God, I wish Game Over was here. Wait, could I actually contradict something in here? Said that you were resting in bed. One would thus assume that you turn your room lights off. That's correct. There are safety lights around the lodging house. It's so bright sometimes I can't sleep. Yep. And we're like, oh shit, my bad. Okay, so there's nothing there. Cool. Around the time I heard a thump. Let's go through this again. Your room is on the 3rd floor, right? Yes. And you said that you were resting in bed. That is correct. But you were still able to hear a sound from outside? I was indeed. Pressing Acro doesn't seem to get results. Maybe something was contradictory in what he said just now. So I really don't think there was something there that I could contradict. Going to bed after all. You asleep. Honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. I really feel like that's actually a contradiction, but, like, it's not something I can point to with evidence. Like, this is the thing we've been using to kind of establish what Max looks like. Clearly saw the silk hat and thing. Yeah, so that's the thing I had before, where I couldn't really run into... to be honest, I thought I was dreaming and we didn't get anywhere with that. So this is the other one. Are you sure it was a human being? Could have been a mannequin, or perhaps a large action figure. Well, setting aside the possibility of a mannequin, an action figure is plausible. There's no need to... Yep, I believe it was a human. So... That's flimsy, but I don't think we can actually contradict that yet again. Fuck, I am really stuck here. I believe it was human. So right now, we're trying to contend whether or not what Acro saw was a person flying up, or if it was just like the costume on something. But I don't know. Shit. Can't believe I'm stuck on the first bloody... the first fucking cross-examination and I can't get past it. I mean, the long shot here is just to use this photo again and say, well, where are their footprints? There wasn't another person out there. But Mo already hinted at, Max being outside, and I don't believe that was stricken from the record. Ooh, geez, that took a while to load. Yeah, there's nothing there. Fuck. Because one of the things that's making me think it's this one is just that the fact that we're cutting to a scene. Usually when that happens, it's kind of like, hey, there might be something in this picture that could be hinting at what the contradiction is. But, like... So, that's true. I was going to bed after all. So with the lights off, you were able to clearly see a human fly by your window. Safety lights lit things up enough for me to see, but honestly there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. This is another scenario where someone has pointed out that, hey, I could see a silhouette of a thing, and I haven't been able to say, but you said you knew what they looked like? The hell? Person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any of the other symbols? Clearly saw the silk hat as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. Oh, hang on. I think I might actually know. There is a way that this could be. Oh, that's a long shot, but... This... Okay. This is a bit of a leap, but we're gonna try it, because at this point, I'm all out of ideas. You sure it was a human being? It could have been a mannequin or perhaps a large action figure. Well, setting aside the possibility of that... Yeah, no, I believe it was a human. I wonder if Acro's statement jives with the facts. There is a contradiction. Support the claim of the contradiction. I could use this. No. Okay. Because that's not really proving it. Like, I reckon that's what happened. That, like, someone put the... You could drape a cloak on the bust. And if it's dark, you could easily say the silhouette is Max. That is one possible way that this whole suddenly Max lifted off into the air could actually work. It's because it wasn't actually a person there, it was the bust being, like, lifted up. But then there's still the question of, like... Oh! That would also explain why we never found the cloak, but we did find the hat. Because if Russell went out in both, you would only need the cloak to make the bust look like it was Max, and then you leave the hat there. Oh, hold on. Actually, maybe that's a contradiction. We did this before with someone? Hey, I noticed both. Clearly saw the silk hat. Because again, if he left the scene of the crime... Really? Oh, no, there we go. You claim to have seen the same exact... You claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it on Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down out of your window that night. That would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside of the window was a tough enough challenge for me. Ugh, that's a bit... Jesus, Phoenix. That's a shame, because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. That's the Ringmaster's hat, right? Afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has two silk hats? No, this is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model made only for Maximilian Galactica. Which means, Acro, that you've been fibbing on the stand. Order! As always, it looks like someone just had to open their mouth before thinking. Are you okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in this court today? He has a grudge against Max. Acro is dreaming. Acro is the real culprit. Oh, fuck. I mean, Mo suggested that Acro is the real culprit. And he doesn't really have a grudge against Max. He has a grudge against the Ringmaster. Well, no, he has a grudge against Regina. Scorched Earth, let's fucking go. Your Honor. On this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion? Accuses Acro? What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. Oh, that was a bit of spit. I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab at an audience's hearts and minds. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to be almost be scary. Yeah, he's got a good poker face. What the fuck? He is staying rather calm and collected. Mr. Dingling, do you have any response to the defense's accusation? I don't really need to say a thing, do I? What do you mean? Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand up by myself, let alone leave the lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Wright is trying to help his client. But to do this by accusing me of a murder of all things... See, even a sliver of common sense makes it clear this accusation is ludicrous. I said ridiculous. He's right, way to pick on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man. Phoenix is a poopy head. See that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? If you're trying to drum up support from the peanut gallery, that's how you do it. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well? I can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice. What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? Did he have an accomplice? I mean, he must have. Right? Like, even if we assume that everything he said about, like, seeing the crime is, even if we assume that everything he said about seeing the crime happen was false, like, that doesn't mean that he could have easily done this. I feel like he would have had to have had an accomplice, right? It's impossible for Acro to be the murderer in this case. If that's the case, then it's natural for one to consider possible accomplices. You don't say. Not good, not good. This isn't going to end well. Don't tell me you think you're going to get off easy. What? You must not have heard that sound just now. Maybe it wasn't clear enough. The sound of you falling into your own trap can be can be hard to notice sometimes. Mr. Wright, seems as if you won't be stopping at Acro, but will be making other accusations. If Acro did not have an accomplice, things are not looking good for you. I understand, Your Honor. Very well, let's continue. Who, perchance, would happen to be Acro's accomplice? That is a good question, because I have no fucking clue. I mean, we know Mo was at the crime scene. I really don't want to just take a shot in the dark here. The thing is that, like, Mo is, like, Mo is the one who kind of implied that Acro was the one that, Acro is the one that did it. It would make sense, like, and absent of that, it would make sense that he is in the best position to be able to help, since he, A, also lives there, and B, was there on the night. The only other person we've heard testimony from that we can confirm that was outside there then was Ben. Like, just from process of elimination, it seems like it was Ben. But fuck, I really should have rewatched my go-through of the last trial for this, because I can't remember where everyone was. Because I don't remember if we firmly established that Ben was always at the front of the circus tent. You don't say. Uh-oh. This is suddenly looking very, very bad. The sound of you getting caught in your own trap. Accomplice, I'm sure this accusation is built on solid foundation. Foundation? Yes, Mr. Wright. Do you have any proof that this person you've accused was indeed an accomplice? I don't know if the game... Usually the game is very quick to pull you up when you're wrong, and I don't know if I'm just going down a path that, like, I can't possibly... that can't possibly be right. Do you have proof that this person you've accused was indeed an accomplice? I feel like that's generic enough that, like, I actually don't have anything. I can't back out either. Oh, fuck, hold on. Maybe it was money. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna take a shot here. Is that right? Yes, Your Honor. Yep. Yep, thank you. What are you doing, Nick? Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna prove this, but... Of course he did. You don't say. Like, I can't tell if this is, like... Let's continue. Cooper chance. Yeah, this is, like, really... Yeah, we're going through this again. Yep, foundation, yep. Do you have solid proof? Do you have proof that this person you've accused was indeed an accomplice? I don't think I do. But then again, like... if I just picked a random piece of evidence in here, would it actually go through this, Like, if it asked me who, like, I could clearly just pick money. But, like, if I picked the circus map... would this go through that badly? Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna... I don't think there's any evidence for that, so we're gonna... Yep. Reload that. Oh, there we go. I don't think he did. Oh, okay, that wasn't a mistake. Not this time, Von Karma. What? You're not going to sucker me into this one. What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright? There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself. Order? What are you getting at? Way to keep them on their toes, Nick. Now I'm going to have to prove how it all fits together. I have to show how Acro murdered Russell Berry. Can you do it, Nick? Can you really do that? I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed. Alright, then let's do that. Mr. Phoenix, right? If this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right? Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear something up for me. When the crime was committed, exactly where was Mr. Dingling? Or Dingling? That's a good question. He was in his room. That's Acro's room? Pretty simple, eh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can only be one correct answer. Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What? Are you nuts? What say you, Mr. Dingling? It's an interesting theory. That's it. Considering that what you propose is impossible, yes, that's it. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. As the witness has stated, your assertion is impossible. As he is in a wheelchair, there is no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. You've got a point. It seems you've forgotten once again, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime. That's true. Mo said that he saw Max, didn't he? But Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly. Do you mind if I ask a question, Mr. Wright? What is it? I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think that I killed him? I can't leave my room. I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet. Be careful, Nick. If you mess up here... She's right. I can't mess up here. I've got to give this one some serious thought. I'm sure that Acro killed the ringmaster, and he did it while he was in his room. No doubt about it. Time to enlighten us as to how Mr. Dingling committed the crime, Mr. Wright. I'm going to present some evidence. So what did... Oh, fuck. I think I just fucked this up. Oh, actually, maybe I didn't. What did he kill him with? So, I think there are two options here. What the hell? Huh? Oh. Why does right button and right trigger do the exact same thing? I didn't realize that. So there's one of two things that killed him. It was either the wooden box or I reckon the bust. Because, yeah, like, this whole murder would make sense if something was dropped on Russell and then that thing was just lifted back up. The question is, did he throw the box out of the window or did he use the bust to somehow kill him? He was on the box, so I'd have to think this, right? Oh, what's that? A picture? It is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. The bust? It's quite a large bust, and because it is life-sized, it is also very, very heavy. Heavy? Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death. Especially if it was dropped from a third-story window. Ah. See? This is how Acro was able to kill the Ringmaster, with the force of gravity and Maximilian Galactica's ample bust. There's a really dumb, like, bust... what is it? Like, titty drop bust joke here somewhere that, yeah, I'm just gonna leave that. Oh, fucking, that's weird. I need to make sure I, start up my computer way earlier before I stream, because everything is just being slow as fuck. Oh my god. That's so weird. Anyway. Order! So you're saying the bust fell onto the Ringmaster? A rather simple crime. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, it would be incredibly easy to commit. How could you possibly feel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible. Acro's fit as fuck. Yeah, that is my counter to that. Well, Acro is an acrobat. He should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like the bust. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to these charges? Well, Acro's at a loss for words. He should be. He knows that I'm getting close to the truth. Well, Acro. You can't run away from things that... That's a bit much, Phoenix. Remember, this person is, paraplegic. Paraplegic? Yeah, that's the one. Quadriplegic would be arms as well. I'd watch what I say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand that we get proper testimony from the witness himself. Testimony, you say? Von Karma. She's just using this testimony as a ruse to stall for time. There is absolutely no need for such testimony. The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. The defense's objection is overruled. Why can't he see things my way once in a while? Mr. Dingling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony. The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards him. Thank you. That woman will sink to any low to win a case. I mean, unfortunately, Phoenix has put his foot in his mouth more than a few times talking about Acro, so kind of needs to be stated. I suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting that bust and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the Ringmaster's head. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? I have no doubts in regards to this witness's testimony. It was impossible for him to lift the bust and stick himself out far enough to look. Not to mention that he could not have known the location of the Ringmaster's head. A single false step would have led to even more severe injuries. That's what I was thinking. What is your opinion on the matter, Mr. Wright? I'd still like to proceed with my cross-examination. He's simply stalling. It's shameful, really. I can't let her get to me. I've got to focus. I wonder if now would be a good time to start cooking lunch. I did spend a lot of time on that first cross-examination. So maybe when I get to the next cross-examination, I'll start cooking lunch for myself. Suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bust. Yep. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bust and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the Ringmaster's head. I think this is actually incorrect. Because you could leave the chest out for someone. Like, because we know that Acro wrote the notice about meeting the murderer at 10 p.m. Which implies premeditation. Now, if you knew that someone was going to end up outside someplace at 10 p.m., what you could do is put something really obvious in the vicinity that might make that person wonder, what is this? And as you hear them approach or hear a sound cue, like the opening of a chest, you could push it out right then and there. Oh, hey Pancakes, and hey Game Over. Yeah, it's episode 3 of the second game. Wow, words. Yeah, so spoilers potentially. Especially at this point of this case, unfortunately. No worries, I'll forget. No, it's all good. Yeah, no worries, but probably not a good idea to hang around then, because we're kind of towards the end of this case, I think. This is like one of the longer ones, but fair warning. But how are you guys doing today? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure what could happen is you get this person to meet you somewhere at a specified time. You put this chest out, and suddenly, well, you know where this person's going to end up when they arrive here. Chillin', how are you? Doing okay here? Yeah, I've been doing fine. My break was really, really good. It was needed. Yeah, no, it was good. Actually had a week and a half of work, or a couple of weeks of, half a week of work that was actually pretty relaxing now, so, yeah. Pretty good. So yeah, I'm going to press this. Why do you say it would be impossible? Allow me to explain. You accept that if I was carrying the bust, I couldn't see out below the window. Thus, there is no way that I would know the location of the ringmaster's head. Well, I suppose you've got a point. Hey, Nick. What if you turn things around? Maybe if you think of it sort of like this. If he knew the location of the ringmaster's head, then he could drop the bust. That does make sense. If only I could prove somehow that Acro knew the location of the ringmaster's head without looking down. I think I've already explained things sufficiently. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna outright contradict this. Acro. You didn't really need to lean out the window, did you? What are you driving at, Mr. Wright? You already knew ahead of time where the ringmaster's head was going to be. Quite precisely, I may add. Your silly hinting at things is pointless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Enough stalling. How about you show us some evidence? But I did such a good job hinting. Yes. Hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should take a look at this. Yeah, and this is going to be the photo. Is Australia opened up? Most of it is. Most of it's not on lockdown, but I'm in Victoria, so we're in a pretty severe lockdown at the moment. Like, curfew limited going out and all. It hasn't affected me too much. Like, the only, like, real bummer to things at the moment is just that I need to, or, like, I've been going for walks as much as possible, but now that I can only go out for one bit of exercise or going to the shops or anything like that. So I've been taking longer walks during the day, but other than that, yeah, it's pretty much same for me. I've been trying to be real careful about that and not going out too much until things blow over. We've still got another 4 weeks? I think we've still got another 4 weeks of this lockdown before things are revised. Positive cases are going down again, so hopefully that means things are going to be looking better in a few weeks, but yeah. Where are you, Pancakes? Are you America? Canada? As long as you'll keep us out. Well, yeah. I'll take that as American. Yeah, California, yeah. Where I don't think anyone's going to be accepting people from America right now. Yeah. I mean, hell, New Zealand's had a few cases recently after they've been, like, pretty clear, and they're re-shutting down, so we're banned from, like, every country, yeah. I mean, flights in general are probably already, like, pretty heavily restricted as is. Actually, I don't know if other countries are outright banned here. I know overseas travel, I think, is still... You know what, I should not actually talk about this if I don't accurately recall off the top of my head. The key point here is the wooden box. The same wooden box that the victim was found hunched over? Oh, the same, yeah, no. The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box here? Who? When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box, which means that this wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime. I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment that the bus came falling down was exactly the same moment that the ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean, if the bus were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box, there would be no way that it could miss the head of the victim. No. Order! This is unbelievable. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just gotta keep going. There's only one way to go from here. Forward. So the next question I have is, who placed the wooden box at the scene? It was Mr. Dingling, of course. He connected it to a rope, and then all he had to do was lower it down. Ow! Allow me to whip some sense into you. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Ow! Three Master's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box was so specially made. Specially made? Indeed. It had the most peculiar feature. Size of the box, the weight of the box, or the contents? Yeah. Do you recall what was inside the wooden box? There was only a small bottle of pepper, wasn't there? Oh, get on with it. Well? What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? I don't see any relationship between the location of his head and the box's contents. No, Nick, you didn't think enough. Mr. Wright, do you still maintain the box had some sort of special feature? Indeed. Wait, hang on, how heavy is 20 pounds? I didn't think that was actually that... I didn't think it was actually that, heavy. 20 pounds. It's like 9 kilos. It's like... It's not nothing, but... I guess it's the size? I actually... I don't know which of these two it actually is. Jeez, that's a lot of evidence. There have been cases with more evidence. These can get... Well, the thing is, too, that, like... you can fill up, like, an entire page with one investigation. And quite often there are, like, 2 or 3 investigations in the entire case, so... This can stack up a lot. Rise from the Ashes had a lot. Yeah, Rise from the Ashes had I think 3 complete pages at least by the end of it. So this is one of those multiple choice things from like testing and stuff like that I instantly kind of like, that is the reason I instantly went to the contents of the box. The size and the weight of the box are kind of a similar point, right? Because if the box is an awkward size, you would have to like lean over to pick it up, right? It's the same with the weight. So if it was particularly heavy, you'd have to like, you know, get down on your knees and kind of pick it up using your legs, or at least if you were lifting correctly. But those two things are kind of the same thing. And so my initial thing was like, oh, okay, the dimensions of the box made this person lean over and pick it up. So it must have been the contents, because that's a very unusual thing. You open it up and do that. But now I realize that if that actually happened, the thing would be open. So I guess the weight? The box has a remarkable weight. I don't think 9 kilos is that heavy, but sure. Weight. According to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds. Just to lift this up this wooden box. Ugh. Just to lift up this wooden box would have required... Oh, I see. One would have to squat down and lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say? That's exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large. So it was both! Wait, could I have actually picked the size of the box and that would have worked as well? Was the contents of the box the only wrong answer? Are you fucking for real? Oh, I can't believe I did that. I am so bad at this. The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That is correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means that no matter who you are, your head would be in approximately the same place. A fool. As calm as ever. Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you do it? Did you place the wooden box in the plaza? Mr. Wright, I may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing. What? Mr. Wright, do you recall the original location of Max's bust? Yeah, it was in the cafeteria. It was on top of the table in the cafeteria. Then what happened to it? I'd like you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself. That means... You understand what I mean, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the bust from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bust from the cafeteria to my room? That's a very good question. You see, Mr. Phoenix Wright, explain that. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bust from the cafeteria. Yep, we definitely have a problem here. This is no place to get perplexed. I've got to get my wits about me and prove how things happen once and for all. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. How did the witness get the bust from the cafeteria back to his room? Was it the box? Well, that would explain how he could get it from the cafeteria to the scene of the crime. But that wouldn't explain how he was able to get it from the bottom floor to the top, because he can't get there without assistance. Like, the joke answer here is money. Because they like shiny things. And well, actually, I don't think there was anything shiny on the bust. Well, no, actually, no, there are. There are the cards on the bust. Is money strong enough to do that? That would be fucking hilarious. And that is, like, one of the unique aspects of Acro, is that, like, money is not his, like, pet, but his, like, companion, I guess. That's the only thing I can think of. If he didn't get it, then surely it was money, right? Like, because, I guess, oh no, he didn't have an accomplice. Well, money did it. It's like, oh, so he has an accomplice. It's like, are you saying we should accuse the monkey of murder? Fuck it. Shut up! He did it! Okay, I wasn't actually expecting that to work. So, While we mull over how that's possible, so I was gonna let this like fail out and then go and start my lunch. So I'm gonna take 1 sec to just contemplate how this is possible and get lunch started. So I will be back in just 1 second if OBS stops. Ooh, we're having a day. Come on, buddy, you can do it. I believe in you. Come on. There we go. Okay, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Wow, the monkey did do it. Everyone knows money. He loves shiny objects of any size. Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist ring. Actually, come to think of it, when we were in Acro's room, there was a lot of stuff in there that wasn't just, that wasn't just tiny things. Like, there were big things in there that were shiny that, presumably money stole? So, like... So, are you saying the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own, and then brought it back home. home? Money lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny. Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. My, those are very nice cards he's holding. Yes, and they are made of platinum, which is very shiny. Acro. Money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bus back to your room. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate. Order! I said order! Miss Von Karma! Where is the bust in question at this moment? I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak. This is a rather strange turn of events. But let's say that the monkey had not stolen the bust. What would have happened then? Well, in that event, something else would have been used as a murder weapon. Wait. Then you mean this bust was the murder weapon purely by accident? It's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Anyways, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. A moron! Mr. Wright's argument was so circular, I'm still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water. There's no denying that. Ow! Don't seem so flamboozled. Flamboozled, that's a new one. Especially by this fraud of an attorney. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Wright. And what is that? You should know. You forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. There is no reason to doubt the client's testimony. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright? Nick, don't let your don't let the beat down now? Fuck, I didn't read that correctly. I won't. This is my chance to turn this trial around. Turnabout, baby. When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russell Berry, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this and only this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Who was the murderer the clown saw? It was the bust. He saw Max's Ow! I asked who was the other person Mo saw on the scene. That evidence has nothing to do with the question. Au contraire, mon frère. Oh. Phoenix, she's German. It does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said that he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. How is that possible? It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's bust. What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all in this case? The silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak. There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the bust. It would be easy to hang one off of the cards in the bust's hands. Idiot! Who in their right mind would put a cloak on a bust? It doesn't matter who put it on the bust. Just wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is of the utmost importance in this case, don't you agree? He caught me. So let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? Well, it was... Oh. Dude, who is that lawyer? You mean the opposition? Her name is Francisca Von Karma. Ta-da! Prosecutor progeny. She looks ridiculous, Sapphire. Yeah. She's on, like, unironically, she's one of my favorite characters in this game so far. In this series so far. Who put the cloak on the bust? I mean... Shit, I remember this now. Like, okay, we could rule out the monkey, because, they don't do exactly what Acro says. And the cloak wasn't seen at the crime. But it was worn out. So, okay, hold on. So, 2 items of Max's, yeah, all Ace Attorneys except the ones taking place in All Japan. Yeah, Game Over has played through all. So, for reference, there's 6. I think there's 6 mainline games, if I remember correctly. And this is like the remastered 3 that was on the DS? Oh god, I can't remember the order of which this happened again. I should stop talking now. Okay, so Russell walks out. So Russell walks out in the hat and the cloak. The hat is found at the scene of the crime. The cloak just... we don't know what happened to it. Now, if... But... and the cloak is gone, so there's one of 2 possibilities here. Either the cloak was put on beforehand, or it was put on after. If it was put on after, it would explain why we didn't find the cloak at the scene of the crime on Barry. But that would mean that... Please tell me that's wrong. I wonder, Mr. Phoenix Wright, didn't the defendant wear his cloak the entire time he was at practice? Wait, really? Yeah, that was dumb. That was... yeah, okay. And she's so nice about telling me I'm wrong, it hurts even more. Ow. The famous Von Karma carrot and whip approach. So let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? Yeah, so what Von Karma was saying is, like, what I was thinking, where the cloak goes out with Russell, and he gets killed. Now, the hat is left at the scene of the crime, but the cloak isn't. But no one was seen at the scene. But the only person that would have seen it on the ground floor is Mo. So if it was Mo, who is the only person that even said something about the scene of the crime, then that would make sense. I should have paid attention to what Von Karma was saying. Like, it had to... So, what Von Karma points out implies that what we're looking for here is that after the bust was dropped, someone put the cloak on the bust. If I'm getting what that's hinting at correctly. And there are a limited number of people that were outside at the time. It's not Max. We're pretty certain about that. It's not Russell because he would have been unconscious and or dead after the bust was lowered. We just selected Mo because he is the only other person that saw this happen or saw any part of this, and if there was no one else at the scene of the crime, then it would make sense for him, make sense that it was him. But he would probably be lying more about that. He would be lying more about that if he was part of this. And just from Mo's accusation against Acro, I feel like that's not actually the case. So that leaves Regina and Ben. If Regina had any part in this, I feel like Mo would not be talking about the shit he has. So the only possible option then is Ben. But how does that make sense with... How does that make sense with what Mo has said, where he saw no one else at the scene? Trillo could have been in the box. Like, wasn't he hidden away? No, but Trillo's not... Like, Trillo acts a lot, but it's obviously... Well, I would hope that it's Ben actually doing a thing there. And not that Ben is actually... Oh, not that Trillo is actually sentient. Although it would be pretty funny if Trillo was in the trunk, Russell gets hit, and then Trillo manages to get out, fasten the bust, and then get back in. It would also explain why there were no other footprints there. The only other person it could have been is Money, though. Like, I don't... Didn't the defendant wear his cloak the entire time he was at practice? So then how did this person get a hold of the cloak? Furthermore, how would this person have gotten the cloak onto the bust, I wonder? Yeah, and I get blown up again. Okay, so it's not money. Yeah. So it's not money. No? Was it fucking Russell? It couldn't have been Russell. Come on. Like, unless I've... Who put the cloak on the bust? Was it Russell? How? Why? Him? You're saying it was the victim himself? Russell Berry? That's what I'm saying. I mean, the victim himself placed the cloak on the bust? Place the cloak isn't really the right way of putting it. Then what would be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright? Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all this? I'm fine, Maya. I'm finally putting all the pieces together. There's really only one picture I can paint anyways. Alright. So you want to know what really happened that night? Let's step back in time. Acro used a rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. Then he attached that rope to the bust, and he dangled the bust out of his bedroom window directly above the wooden box. Okay. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went to the scene. Of course, at the time, the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house, by none other than a ventriloquist and his puppet, Ben and Trillo. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. And that's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. Now this is when the magic happens. That was terrible. At the very instant that the bust hit the victim, what? It just happened to fall. Oh my god. That is... Oh my fucking god. This is the worst. I... T- I... I feel like I need to get up and walk, like... Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this top to bottom. Okay. First of all, the physics of this situation. The anime made this even worse. How? Because I can't imagine this actually being worse in a non-crime investigation video game. Because if this happened in any other kind of medium, well, okay, so let me go on this for a sec. So first of all, the physics of this. This person is like leaning over a box and then gets smashed on the head, right? First of all, if this cloak was anywhere on your shoulders, it's not coming off from a force to the back of your head. It's not leaping off onto the thing that was there, right? Like, the only way that could actually be possible if it was draped on top and it pushed you forward, right? And the way, if you compare where he is in that replay compared to where he is in the photo, it is clear that he moved in that direction. However, that is not going to drape over in that way. Like, but so the physics of that aside, you cannot come to this conclusion. It sure must have been super windy that night. Well, but that's the other thing, right? Is like, if it was that windy that it could easily blow it onto it, it would have blown off the second he got outside. It makes no sense that he wouldn't have had it wrapped around his body because it was cold out. And also to conceal himself. Like, the implication that we just made was that the ringmaster didn't want anyone to see him outside. If he just had it draped on top of his shoulders so that it would just like sit there in a way that it would actually fall onto the bust, everyone would have seen that it was the fucking ringmaster, because it's not like chiseled abs and like the Adonis belt of fucking Max. It's a suit and it's like the Monopoly Man's outfit. That doesn't make any fucking sense. But that's not the problem I actually had with this. That's stupid. Fine. It's even worse in this specific circumstance because you cannot come to this conclusion. I refuse to believe that someone thought that this is how this happened. There is zero way the cape had to fall over the statue with the perfect position. Not really, like... So, like, if it hit him on the head, everything, like, tumbles forward, right? Because it hits him, probably, like, bounces off, probably, like, towards the building because it was dropped out and, Acro is, like, holding it from the window. So, like, if it's gonna go anywhere... Or in fact, the arc actually makes a lot more sense then, because if it's not dropping straight down, it may be actually, sorry, I need to, like, put this so that you can actually see it. So, pretend I'm the wall, right, and this is the box. If it falls down and it's going to bounce anywhere, it's going to bounce in this direction, because that's where Acro is, right? If Acro is holding this out in any way that it can fall straight down onto the head... he's holding it out in such a way that the rope is going to be bent slightly, or it's going to be bent out towards the building, and so it's going to want to right itself towards the building, right? So there is some logic to this in terms of the force that's applied to the body and where the bust ends up. it's still dumb. It's still really fucking dumb because because I'm gonna get to this in a second, but the fact that this was this hard to solve is entirely chance, right? So, but the physics of this is not the thing that I'm actually like upset about. It's the fact that this whole thing was chance. If this whole thing was chance, there's no way to actually solve this case. Right? Like, because what I thought was actually going to come out was that Mo was actually lying the whole time, right? And that he actually, and that he was actually an accomplice to this because there's no other way that the cape could have been bound to the bust. And in that sense, there could have been another thing where this is bullshit. Like, we already confirmed that he had no accomplices, and it's like, well, yeah, I don't know if you can get out of that, but the thing was that would make a lot more sense in terms of how this whole thing was constructed in such a way that it looks like Max is the culprit, right? That's something that you can logically reach to because it uses facts within the case to kind of understand, you know, who, like, when there's eyewitness testimony and there's no one else at the scene of the crime, well, who could it have been? And it's like, well, if the eyewitness saw no one else there, and we can confirm that no one else was actually there, maybe it's the eyewitness? But this is just, it just happened to end up this way. And not through any sort of premeditation, not through any sort of elaborate plan. It just happened that way. That is the worst part of this. It's not anything to do with the fucking physics of that. The idea that you would write this in such a way that the 1 in a million, unintended by anyone within the involved in this case, is the actual thing that happened when you're meant to be piecing this together from all the evidence and stuff like that, is fucking dumb. You have to make some logical leaps in this game, and I actually enjoy that about this. But coming to this conclusion, I refuse to believe that anyone ever came to this conclusion through anything other than trial and error. Like, I reckon people would have picked Regina before picking the Ringmaster. Like, I thought I had a compelling, like, story reason that Regina would not have been down there, if possible. But that's, like, I tend to look at this from both the logical and a narrative perspective, where, like, this is what all the evidence says, and this would be the thing that makes sense given the, like, conflict and the motivations of everyone involved, and the implied, like, messages that are coming through through how characters are kind of, like, fuck, I'm losing it already. Basically, the character motivation outside of the literal motives for murder, right? If Regina is completely closed off to this, it would make sense that she's completely uninvolved in this. But I would not be surprised if a lot of people picked Regina before they picked Russell in this situation. Oh my fucking god, this is awful. Like, and I should back up just a little bit. It's not, like, you can have a scenario in a story like this, or in a game like this, where a 1 in a million thing just happened to happen, right? The problem is that when it's a completely unintended thing that no one in this ever counted on happening, ever hoped would happen, or anything like that, it is really hard to put together. And when you combine those two things, you make a scenario in which this seems completely fucking impenetrable with just logic. Like, I need to digest that a bit more before I kind of, like, make up give a more coherent answer to why I think that's such a fucking awful... such an awful thing for this case, but fuck me. I guess I found out why everyone hates this case then. The cape just fell onto the bust. You wait just a second there, Mr. Phoenix Wright. As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this just isn't true. It can't be. See, and now you're making me sympathize with Francisca, because if I was where Francisca was right now, and an attorney actually managed to prove that the cape just fell onto the bust, I would be so fucking pissed. Like, it's still a little early to be getting so upset, Miss Von Karma. This circus isn't over yet. Hey, I made that joke in the last investigation stream. You can't do that, Phoenix. You can't steal my joke. What? The impact of the bust on the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged onto the bust. That impact also caused the sound a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Moe Curls, the clown. When Moe looked out his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went around pulling up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Moe saw the bust being raised with the cloak dangling on it, primarily because, in his wheelchair, he couldn't see out of his window. So he just kept pulling the bust up. Yeah, and I mean, that makes sense. Like, the funny thing is that I had every part of this... I understood every aspect of this, but the one bit that's like, how did the cloak get on there? And I realized I hadn't compensated, I hadn't accounted for that. And I was like, well, fuck, I don't think anyone actually could. Like, Russell would have been dead, Moe didn't see anyone else there, unless he's lying, which is why I went for Moe first, because I was like, oh, okay, Moe was lying, he actually was an accomplice. And I guess, like, you could go, well, we already said in the beginning that he had no accomplices, but from this, like, maybe you could even spin it, like, maybe Acro didn't know that Moe put it on the thing, and he was just, like, pulling it up, and that happened to have the bust. He's like, oh shit, that actually looked like Max. And then Moe's like, I made that look like Max. Done. Like, I feel like there are so many better ways to actually have this whole scenario work out that's not just sheer fucking luck. And that is how the magical murderer disappearing into the sky came to be. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is the one person who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. Like, fuck. You know what would have actually been really funny is if Phoenix pulled something like he did at the end of Rise to Ashes, where, or Rise from the Ashes, where he says, no, there weren't any accomplices. And then it comes to this point, Moe was the one that attached the cloak to the bust, although there would be the question of how he actually did that, and I guess you could, I don't know, like, there is that detail, but I feel like you could work something clever into that where, like, Moe... Well, fuck, make it so that they're both on top of each other, and Moe just leans out the window, pulls the cloak onto the thing, and does that. Done. That explains why he saw it out the window. But, like, and then it's like, well, Francisco turns around and says, you said he had no accomplices, and it's like, well, Moe didn't help... Like, Moe didn't do that to help Acro. He did that to frame Max. There's actually, like, a very different thing here. Also, what was Acro's plan? Like, if If not for that... Oh my god! If not for the hat and cloak, it would have been obvious that it was fucking Acro. What the fuck? What was his plan? He's like leaning over a box that's directly in line with the window of his room? Oh my fucking god. If Russell didn't come out in that costume, Acro would have been finished. This would have been over in a day. Oh my god. This is so unsatisfying. It was... You know what this is? Okay, I'm stealing this bit from a H-bomb video, but... and it doesn't quite map on. But the thing that immediately leapt to my head is one of the things he talked about in, I think it was a Doctor Who special, where the Doctor just turns around and says, "Oh, there's no evil plan." It's like, that's what this moment is. It's like, oh, it wasn't an elaborate plan. Acro just dropped something on Russell's head. The rest of it was chance. Oh my god. Acro's been playing mind games with all of us. He sure has. But he has come to the end of his rope now. So. What now? You've graced us with another long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Evidence? In this court, only two things matter. The power of evidence and the power of my whip. Don't forget the power of my gavel as well. Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a good point. Can we see some evidence? Nick, they say they want evidence. I just explained how there can only be one possible murder method. But there is still something unusual about Mo's eyewitness account. Unusual? A contradiction, actually. Okay then, use that and get out of this jam. That's enough talking amongst yourselves. Proceed, Mr. Wright. Present some evidence to the court that backs your claims. Oh, it won't let me... Fuck. Damn it, I should have saved before I did that. I want hard proof that you have unraveled the trick to this magic case. Oh, well... This is proof of premeditation, I think. Really? Nope. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Yep. Who put the cloak on the bus? Yep, it was fucking Russell. Sorry, I have to run through this again, but I did manage to save before I did the thing, so... But we get to watch this scene again. Okay, you know what? You know what? I actually just thought of something that would make this actually make sense. Okay, this... So, I thought that would actually linger on that a bit more. So, the way that lingered there is stupid. All you have to do is say that the bust hit the ground and that Russell, who was clearly right over the box, slumped forward, like his body all the way forward, such that the cloak just fell off onto the bust. That's it. That would make so much more sense than that. And, like, the thing is that could still be how that happened, but the fact that the game presents it like that makes it even worse. Like, it's still not good that it just slumped off onto it, because, like, how could you possibly think that that was, like, there's so much about that scenario that just is, like, that's entirely, like, chance. And it's the reason for this whole mystery is absolutely no premeditation by anyone. It was just how it happened. But at the very least, it doesn't imply that the thing leaped off his back. Like, come the fuck on. Anyway. On the bright side, there is no script worse than this case, as far as I remember. And hell, like, I don't know, like, the thing that's actually really bothering me here is that the whole reason this entire case was so complicated is because it was unbelievable chance that was premeditated by no one. I know I keep saying that, but, like, one of the reasons that that's frustrating is that from the evidence... no, I guess you could argue it's like you have to make the logical leap, but I feel like making the logical leap on this kind of thing is not the way to do it here. Yeah, this is where I need to stop talking and kind of like digest that for a while before saying anything else, but... Actually, just one sec, I'm going to check on lunch because it has been a bit since I put that in. Shouldn't burn, but... No, I haven't started a new episode yet. We're still... Oh boy. Pancakes. I'm glad you weren't here for that. Because, you got an exciting episode to go through when you get to this. Jesus. So, what now? Yeah. And that's actually a good reason for me to stop talking about it, because I keep rambling on trying to talk about it, but, yeah, I think I need to sit back and kind of think about that for a minute. Do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Although, again, kind of big spoilers, because we're about to discuss it. Evidence. We're gonna save it here, I think. Don't forget the power of my gavel as well. Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a group. Can we see some evidence? Say they want evidence. I just explained how there could only be one. But there is still something unusual about Mo's eyewitness account. Unusual? A contradiction, actually. Do we have his eyewitness testimony somewhere? We don't, do we? Present some evidence to the court that backs your claims. I want hard proof that you have unraveled the trick to this magic case. What am I trying to prove here? It's times like this that I really appreciate that Danganronpa has just a log of literally everything that's been said within, like, so many, text boxes, because I really want to go back and listen to what Von Karma was asking again. Well, actually, no, she just asked if there was evidence, and I guess it's evidence pertaining to the, Is it the picture? No, but it said something about Mo's testimony, which I really don't get. And it's been so long that I'm actually... It's been so long since I did that. Like, maybe the game considers it's not, but, like... I would really love a replay of that, or, like, if we had something that had the testimony in it. Because I guess you could argue that we established that Russell was wearing the cloak, and the cloak was not found at the scene of the crime, so where was it? But that doesn't, I don't think that's a contradiction in Mo's testimony, though. He heard a thump, he looked outside, he saw Max rising into the air. That was his testimony, wasn't it? Because there's a couple of things here. We could say, well, that's why we didn't find the cloak at the scene of the crime. The way we would show that is by showing the crime photo. We could say that... Actually, I think this is the only thing that even relates to that. Fuck. say they want evidence. I just explained how there can only be one possible murder method, but there is still something unusual about Mo's eyewitness account. A contradiction, actually. Okay then, use that and get out of this jam. What the fuck is it? What was his testimony again? God damn it. Something that contradicts Mo's testimony. Okay, so it's not the crime photo. Okay, game over. So, yeah, you clearly indicated you remember it. Do you remember Mo's testimony? No evidence at all that mentions his testimony. That's a good thing. Maybe I... So that the animal shows lion... Objects... Max's 3 symbols. That was something that came up a lot in Mo's thing. I don't think so. He does mention 2. But... why would that be a... That was... But... What? I am almost 100% sure we tried to bring this up before. Why is... Why? Why is this coming up now? And the problem is Max's 3 symbols. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. Those symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yeah, I fucking remember. Yesterday, there were 2 contradictions in Mo's testimony. The silk hat was one, the white roses were the other. But the theory I just presented explains all those contradictions. All of these contradictions. You fool, do you ever shut up? Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. However, remember what Mo said yesterday? He testified that the criminal he saw fleeing the scene was wearing a silk hat. Oh. I wonder if I could have presented the silk hat there. Okay, you know what? There, that's... silk hat. That's... I feel like we didn't need to ask this question. That could have been kind of presumed from this, like... But I guess that's kind of the thing. It's like, okay, we'll point to the thing that actually proves... Oh... No, okay. Sorry, I understand now. What this is asking is, okay, prove that this was actually the case. And the way we prove that is by showing that there are actually 2 hats involved here. The one that was found at the scene of the crime and the one on the bust. Now, if what Mo said was true and Acro wasn't involved in this, then the silk, he shouldn't have been... And Max actually left, it wouldn't have been... The hat wouldn't have been at the scene of the crime because Max was wearing it. However, there aren't 2 hats. The hat was at the scene of the crime, yet Max left with it. Or Max left with the hat. So, in that case, that's a contradiction. There can't be 2 hats. There has to only be one. But the bust does look like the hat. And if the bust was used to murder Russell, that would explain why there were 2 hats. That would explain why Mo's testimony is actually accurate. Yeah. The silk hat that Mo saw was actually the busts. Makes sense. If you look at it that way, then he did see the silk hat. Well, sort of. Fine, you've got that one. But what about the other contradiction? The other contradiction? Remember what that ventriloquist said in court? He said that he witnessed white roses on Max's chest that night. Well, the only way that the cloak can hook onto the bust comfortably without falling off is hooking over the cards, and that would be with the white roses pressed against the bust. That's why you couldn't see them. But the clown's testimony doesn't match. The clown said that there were no white roses. I'd like to see you try and explain that one away. Can you do it, Nick? Of course, I can explain all of it. What was that? Please recall the instant when the cloak snagged onto the bust. If the cloak snagged onto the bust, what happened to the white roses? Yeah. Do you get it yet? If the cloak got snagged onto the front of the bust, it means that the white roses would end up on the back of the bust. That is not what that visual showed. That has to be a translation error. There's no way you fuck that up. The way that it shows that the cloak hooked onto the bust was over the cards, in which case the roses would be pressed in between where the cards were. So basically in the gap between my hands and my face. That's where the roses would be. You wouldn't be able to see them because the cloak is like concealing them, as well as the bust. But he's just implied that it wrapped around the whole thing, which is not the visual it showed. What the fuck is wrong with... Like, that's not important in terms of Phoenix could be wrong. This is deceiving the player because it's not happening as the game is presenting it. Like, fucking what? Which explains why Mo didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the bust. Order! This is quite the shocking state of affairs. Mr. Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads. Let's do this, Nick. Then maybe Von Karma will finally throw in the towel. Well, so much for that theory. Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Well, yes, I did. Is there something making you think that I didn't? If you did, then maybe you'll understand why I think you're off track. Why is that? Motive. This witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude towards the ringmaster. Anyone with any relation to the circus is well aware of this. Thus, there is absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. I love how Von Karma has spent this entire time saying, hey, the two things that are... Well, okay. Actually, though, the one thing that's really important in this is evidence. You just refuted the idea that this man could have killed someone by saying that no one believed he could, and you presented no fucking evidence. Like, I don't know if you just say, like, that's what the circus... That's what people in the circus believe is evidence. Like, obviously Phoenix would still want to establish motive, but the idea that you could say, no, this person has no motive through the absence of anyone thinking he could have a motive. Yeah. Your Honor, I'd like you to hear Acro's story. Learn about his relationship with the Ringmaster and his life up until now. But what do we do? There's no doubting that Acro deeply respected the Ringmaster. Acro's motive. Seems that this case isn't over yet. Very well, however, I feel like this is a good place to take a break. Thank you very much. I will listen to the rest of Mr. Dingling's testimony after recess. This court will now take a 10-minute recess. I'm about to take a lunch break, because I need food. Oh boy. Oh, there it is. Alright, let's get to music at least. I can't believe it. Acro. Oh, there we go. Music. Alright. I am going to grab lunch, and we're going to have our little 15 to 20 minute lunch break, so I will be right back.
well. So, that sure was a thing. God. Hey, Game Over. So, that certainly was a thing. So I'm probably going to talk about this more at like the end of the stream, because I don't want people to have to like sit through lunch break VODs just to make sure, or lunch break parts of the VODs just to make sure I don't say anything that could be important to discussion later on. But I think I realized why that particular reveal pissed me off so much. And it's because you have to say that Russell put the cloak on the bust. Like, because the reason I think it frames it like that is because it wants it to be a surprise. Like, it's kind of a twist that, like, if you think about it, it was Russell who kind of... I don't remember what I thought of the explanation my first playthrough, but I was pissed the whole case, so... Oh, that's fair. Like, I guess up until this point, I've been like, yeah, okay, this case is actually intriguing. And now that I know that no one actually intended Max to appear at the scene of the crime, I have actually, like, lost all interest in this case. Like, the entire thing is incidental. And I guess that actually makes sense considering what probably happened, where Acro, I believe, was actually trying to kill someone else. I think that's what we're going to get to. But the fact that at least 2/3 of this case has been trying to unravel why Max was there, and it turns out that it was completely accidental, and that the killer didn't actually think that part through, and it just looked like that through, like, it's okay. Like, I feel like it's really okay if there was happenstance or, like, really slim chances that this would actually work. I think that's fine. And I think it's also okay for there to be things that the killer didn't intend to happen, that even they can't explain, that makes the case more complicated. But I feel like putting both of those into the same detail of the case is a huge fucking mistake. Because you can't follow it from the killer's logic, and you can't follow it from the evidence's logic. Like, you literally have to trial and error it, or you have to do like really, really careful process of elimination. And I still feel you don't actually get to Russell as the person that put it on. Like, there's a oh, okay, this is potential Danganronpa spoilers. So, game over. How much Danganronpa have you played? I only played the beginning of Danganronpa, but I watched someone go through the final, I think, 2 chapters. Is that Danganronpa 1 or 2 or 3? And yeah, that's what I said, like, kind of in the aftermath of my realization for that. If this hadn't happened, like, Acro would have been fucked. There would have been none of this, like, thing about Max being the possible killer. Like, you would have everyone would have realized that Max's stuff was on Russell. That would have meant that, oh, Ben realizes that that was who he saw walking through here. Fucking Mo would have seen the bust just lift up into the air. Acro had no plan. He was just going to outright kill someone. Like, fuck. There was no mystery, or there was a mystery, but no one constructed it. It was entirely chance. And like, this is going to be, I imagine this is going to be the last bit of the case where we just establish that Acro wanted to kill someone else because of things that happened in the past. Oh, Danganronpa 1. Okay, so there is a Danganronpa game in which there is a... Actually, I'm not even gonna say what it is or what, because it's a spoiler. And it's something, it's like this in terms of it's like this in terms of it being really left field. But in that case, if you do process of elimination, you can accurately pick that this piece of evidence matches this detail of a case. Because nothing else does, basically. You can actually logic yourself to it, and I think that's actually a better execution of this kind of thing, where it's clearly trying to go for the really left field swerve. But, like, as I explained, like, the combination of the chances of this actually happening and no one expecting it to actually happen, and the unusual way you have to point this out and mesh together is a terrible fucking idea. And honestly, throughout all 3 Danganronpa games, I can't actually think of an example where it tried to do something like this. This is bad. But anyway, I'll talk about that a bit more when I get to the end. Again, I guess, but... Anyway, I started playing FF14 recently, so that's fun. what about FF14? I started playing it. I'm on the what seems to be the final stretch of the ARR main storyline quest. I'm level 49. I'm playing a summoner. Man, that game's story is a lot more present than other MMOs. Oh, okay, I can't say other MMOs. I have to say WoW, because that's the only one I've played, but... yeah. Like, it feels like they literally just put a single-player RPG storyline into an MMO. Good thing the patch trimmed ARR. Oh, really? Trimmed in what way? Like, are there less main storyline quests, or...? Has a lot of filler quests. I mean, I guess. Specifically 2.1 to 2.4. I don't know what part of the main storyline quest that is. I mean, in terms of leveling pacing, you had a massive list of quests in those patches. Oh, okay, well, I guess that's something I'd have to look into. Because it probably isn't just one chunk of it. It's probably a couple of quests here and there. You're still in 2.0 basically. Oh, so like, so I just 2.1, 2.4 is all level 50 after the first ending credits. Oh, okay. So after, I guess, after we deal with the Garleans, then, or the Empire rather. Or yeah, I guess, like, I haven't hit ending credits yet, so... Okay. So, what happens... Because I assume that, like, I still level after I hit credits, and I'm doing main storyline quest stuff that was added after, added for endgame purposes. AIR deserves credits for reviving the game, but had a lot of issues in hindsight. Well, I mean, yeah, it was coming off a fucking disaster, so... The fact that it got it into a position where it could have some incredible expansions is probably praise enough, to be honest. Like, like, also, that is an all or nothing, gambit. Like, completely restarting the MMO entirely in the off chance that, or on the chance that, well, no, on the belief that you can do it better the second time. Like, if that failed, then that thing would have been instantly shut down. Like, but I guess my concern is that, like, once I hit end credits, then if there's main storyline quest stuff after after that, do I actually level through that? Oh yeah, I guess they may not just give experience. Which would make sense, because it'd be useless to give you experience for that. Like, you probably can't hit end credits without hitting level 50, because of the way the story quests are structured. Recommend picking a second fighting class and leveling it in parallel. I suppose that makes sense. So then, like, yeah, then I can go into Heaven's Ward, actually level 50, and just do whatever else, and yeah. Yeah, I've already, my WoW mates have already indicated as much, so I guess now's a good time to, Oh, I could easily pick up Scholar now that I think about it, because I am a summoner, so like it has the same thing. Wait, if I've leveled to, that's not gonna kill the difficulty in Heaven's Ward anyway. Oh, fair enough. If I leveled as an Arcanist and took Summoner, if I went back to go play a Scholar, would I start at level 30, or would I start at level 1? Because I've leveled Arcanist to 30, but Scholar is a different thing, and Summoner becomes... Or, sorry, Arcanist becomes Summoner. Oh, they share the level. Oh. So if I'm a level 49, they're the same level, you just switch their crystals. Oh, okay, I understand. So because is it because they have the same class, starting class, that you can do that? Because it sounds like if I'm a level 49 summoner now, I can just become a level 49 scholar. Arcanist, for some reason, the only job that has that. Yeah, I noticed that. 2 classes deriving from it that can retain levels. Yeah, that was a bit weird. It was also one of the reasons I chose it, because I was just like, okay, well, I could easily have the healing option. I didn't think it'd be that easy, but I guess it is. Because every other job only has 1 crystal, yeah. Yeah. Fuck, that means I need to figure out what I'm gonna level other than Summoner. One of my mates did suggest Black Mage. Because I do like my casters. And honestly, like, the queues for all the, like, mainline duties and stuff like that were actually really short, and trials were actually really short, even for DPS, which I wasn't expecting. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean that it was the same in WoW. Like, if you were a tank or a healer, you just instantly got into whatever you wanted. But if I switch to say Black Mage now, I would be level 1 in Black Mage, and I would have to level that back up, right? Wouldn't know what to recommend. Yeah, I mean, that's why I got my old raid buddies suggesting me stuff, because they know what I like, and they've played WoW like longer than I have, so they know like how classes are structured, how they compare to the FF14 ones, and what they would actually like, or what I would find interesting and all of that. But yeah, all right, I'm done with my lunch, so I'm gonna quickly get this plate out of here, and yeah, no, I should wash this actually, because I'll need it later for dinner. All right, so I will be right back. Um, level 1 Thaumaturge, then finish the level 25 job quest to get Black Mage, yep. Wait, 25? Am I an idiot, or didn't the job quest for Summoner happen at 30? Am I an idiot? Oh, whatever. I focused on Ninja first because they had a high skill ceiling at first. Kind of still do. Which filtered the number of people using them. I've been enjoying Dancer a lot though because there is so much freedom of movement. For heal, my favorite is White Mage just because they have an overall overkill amount of instant heal and don't require that much skill. And for Gunbreaker, it's either done. Oh, and for Tank, it's either Gunbreaker and I'm sure it's 25. I mean, I could be wrong. I've only been through it once. Like, and maybe I was level 30 when I end up doing the quest. I don't know. I can't remember now. Actually, no, because level 30 is when you get Bane as a summoner, which is level 30. Because that's when you also get access to Summon 3, which is Ifrit. Whatever, it's not important. Monk is a pain in the ass because of the constant altering positions and too many self buffs. Yeah, when the game is talking about like pay attention to the direction, well maybe it wasn't the game, maybe someone else was. Oh no, I was watching a tutorial. I was watching like a overview of classes or jobs, and yeah, when they said that for Monk, I was like, oh no, that sounds like a nightmare in raids. Bard and Red Mage both have extremely simple rotations, so I've heard. Dancer has crazy AoE potential and the closest thing to a support DPS class. I thought Bards were kind of support-ish. Oh, unless you mean support in that it also heals. Because I'm pretty sure Bards have like buffs for a group. A lot of DPS have to deal with positionals, but Monk has to shift from back to flank all the freaking time. Oh yeah, but that's what I mean, right? Is like, that's the class that's like, that's its bread and butter. It's not just like one or two where, oh yeah, every now and then you want to get behind instead of on the flank. But no, Monk, yeah, this... I'm probably going to take a bit before I go and tackle that. I'm mostly a ranged player anyway, so I'll probably play through the physical range dealers before I do any melee. Oh, other than tanks. I do like tanks. But that's because I can dictate the battlefield and I don't have to be in melee with someone else directing the battlefield. But yeah, I'm having a good time with FF14. I've honestly thought about just kind of like randomly streaming the MSQ or whatever I'm doing in that, because I feel like that'd be fun, but I don't know. Dancer heals their dancing partner, give a defense buff to the entire party. Okay, yeah, so like literal support, not just giving buffs to other players. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing through a lot of that, so I appreciate the insight. What world is that? Oh, what world am I on, you mean? Kujata, I think it's called. It's on the, I should remember the data center. I think it's Elemental? Hang on, let me. FF14 data center. I think this was the post I looked at last time. Oh my god, come on. Elemental... Yeah, Elemental Kujata. Basically... It's basically the on-flow from Tonberry, which is, like, character locked, so... Oh yeah, I forget the appropriate data centers for you are... no, I'm actually not on European. I'm on Japanese. Or I'm on the Asian data centers. Wait, was it Japan? No, it's JP data centers, yeah. Yeah, I'm not on the, oh shit. I'm not on the... Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, you wouldn't be wrong in putting European, because that's what the when you select Australia on the 14 website, it actually redirects to the European one. So yeah, I mean, you're not far off, to be fair. Anyway, let's get back to this. There's a chat delay, so my reactions are slow. Yeah. There shouldn't be... Actually, I should check that, come to think of it. I'm pretty sure I opted for low latency. Account settings, maybe. I have got it for low latency, so it shouldn't be awful. But yeah, obviously there's going to be delay regardless, because that's just how Twitch do streaming, but it shouldn't be too bad. It also might be worth like pausing and then unpausing the stream, because I know sometimes when you lag out or like frames get skipped, sometimes the stream gets a bit behind. It's a nice painting of a bridge they have there in the lobby. Yeah, yeah. Nice sunset. That, I feel like that looks... I can't remember whether it's a photo or an actual painting, but this looks like it's referencing something, but I can't for the life of me remember what it is. No, anyway. I can't believe it. Acro. It's pretty shocking, isn't it? It definitely is. To think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus, am I that hated? Acro tried to pin the murder on you on purpose. No, he... I guess... Okay, hold on. In retrospect, it's easy to pin this on Max. That's probably what this is getting at. He did? Psst, psst. What the fuck is that? But I'm nothing but a little old nobody, you know? But you're not, which is kind of the reason why... Hey, pal. Oh, it's Gumshoe. And it's taking a long time to load his sprite because he hasn't entered the game at all today. There he is. You gonna ignore me after I went to all this trouble to bring you some evidence? Ah, Detective Gumshoe. Ah, forget it. I'm going home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyways. Now, Detective, I'm sorry. Look, why don't you relax a little? I've got some really tasty milk. How about a card trick, Detective? Ah, well, if you insist. Now, about that evidence you mentioned. What is it? There it is. I was wondering when this was going to come up again. Here you go. Huh? This was yesterday in Acro's room. Yep, and I've included the forensics results. Take a look at it later. Won't Miss Von Karma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all a secret. Huh? Look, details are on a need-to-know basis, and we're not really allies or anything. But everything that's happened in court up until now has gone according to our plan. I don't know. Mrs. Von Karma doesn't seem in control of things in there just now. You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans were set into motion. Final plans? What the fuck? Uh-huh. Ah, that reminds me. I've got a message from the prosecutor for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. That's it. And that's it for me too, pal. I'm out of here. What the fuck?
What did he mean by that, the very end part? I'm not sure. It was all pretty cryptic to me. Oh, one more thing. Ah, don't scare me like that. Looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. What? For me? It's milk. Reception area looks like some kind of dairy. So hurry up and drink it all before it spoils. An entire dairy's worth of milk? For me? Oh yeah, that was the thing at the start of the game, wasn't it? Or at the start of this episode, rather. God, like, I can't take a break from doing this again. Not in the middle of a case like this. I've just completely forgotten everything that happened. Well, I mean, I've got VODs, like, I can literally watch it again if I need to, but... Court is now back in session. Mr. Von Karma, please continue from where you left off. I'd like to continue with Acro's testimony, starting with his relationship with the victim. I'd also like to get proof from the defense. Proof of what kind of motive Acro would have to commit this crime. Understood. Mr. Dingling? Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed with your testimony. Finally, we get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? Just do me a favor and don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Wait, did I actually get, I've forgotten the thing about him needing to drink milk to calm down. Yeah, I completely forgot about that too. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. Hold on a sec, did I actually get that in evidence? Oh, I did. Bat's scarf, stained with his blood and a small quantity of pepper. Huh. That's why the pepper was in the box. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. That's when the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Russell Berry, took us in. I became an acrobat at about 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. You're such a thoughtful young man. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. I wonder how anyone could think that Acro would kill the man he held in such high esteem. You're absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? Which is why there's no real need for a cross-examination, is there? Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Acro kill the ringmaster? He wouldn't. Phoenix. This might be my last chance to answer that question. I really want to see if this is one of those leaps again, where it's just like, I don't need to question him. There's no need to cross-examine this witness. What's that? Why was the ringmaster murdered? There is no need to delve into that bit of testimony when I know the answer already. Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead, Your Honor. I would just like to know, can you provide any explanation as to why Acro would want the ringmaster dead? I can't provide one. Nick? Yeah, I didn't even have to think about it. It was obvious from the start. Your Honor, the reason that Acro killed the ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? That's because Acro had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Ow! Your foolish attempts to fool us like foolish fools is so foolhardily foolish. Did you forget? You made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe it was. This is the real killer of Russell Berry, ringmaster. If you want to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right. The end of things? Acro. You didn't plan to kill the ringmaster at all, did you? The ringmaster wasn't your target that night. What did you just say? I'm saying that the target of this witness's murderous plot was not the ringmaster. Because it was never his intention to kill Russell Berry to begin with. What? Order! Bailiff, I don't care who it is. Smack anyone who's loud in the face. Twice if you must. Whoa. That's a bit much. Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to my court? Got chills from this part. Yeah, that's a very good... This is a very good start to a part just after recess in a trial is like, okay, then, tell us the reason. He's like, there is no reason. It's like, what? Or it's like, well, yeah, the witness presents his case. It's like, do you need to cross-examine? No. Okay, but then you must have belief. You must know the reason that he killed him, right? It's like, there is no reason. Like, it's very good. I really like this. What in the world are you trying to do to my court? Ow! What in the world are you trying to do to his court? Are you attempting to imply that Acro was trying to kill someone else? Regina Berry? This young girl is the ringmaster's daughter, correct? Acro, you were really aiming for her that night, weren't you? You don't need to answer that. It's a mean-spirited leading question. He could easily answer this question. If I'm wrong, all he has to say is, you're wrong. That's it. That's it, huh, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Enough. Mr. Wright, allow me to... Ow! The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself. Huh? And that goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Show me evidence, now! I want to know why Acro would want to kill Regina Berry. Bleh. Wow, messed that part up. Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Present evidence that proves that Acro was out to kill this young girl. Yeah, it has to be the note. There's a couple of other things that are like tangentially related, but I think it's the note here. But yeah. Yeah, did you notice she bangs her desk more times if you wait for the animation? Oh yeah, sorry, I haven't been waiting for that, but yeah, I have noticed that. It's very funny. Acro, you remember this, don't you? It's a piece of paper that we found inside the ringmaster's tailcoat. Inside the victim's tailcoat? Acro wrote this note. It's ironically entitled, To the Murderer. Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m. So you're saying that he called Russell Berry with that note? Yes, but there's just one little problem. Problem? Acro did indeed place this note into someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the ringmaster. You mean, it wasn't for the... That's exactly what I mean. The person this note was intended for was none other than Regina Berry. Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, this little theory of yours. It's the truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her, which is why, the morning of the crime, she placed it on the cafeteria bulletin board. That's when her father, the ringmaster, saw the note. That's correct. Oh, that's correct. The ringmaster ended up in that plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake, instead of Regina. That's incredible. Remember the testimony that Acro gave us earlier today? Lifting the bust and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. If I were to do that, I'd end up falling out the window myself. Acro had no idea who it was that arrived in the plaza, because he couldn't look down out of his window to see who it actually was. I've got it. Acro thought it was Regina down in the plaza. And that's when he let the bust fly. Hey, Nick? Isn't Regina listening to all of this from the audience? She is. Unfortunately, it's only going to get harsher from here. I hope Regina can handle it. Acro wrote this note to Regina. Foolishly foolish fool with foolishly foolish fool ideas of foolish tomfoolery. You're so foolish you've made even me sound like a foolhardy fool. Very well, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Yes? What about that line? Well, if the note was meant for Regina Berry, it would mean that this note is declaring that Regina Berry is a murderer. You just don't get it, do you? What? What did you just say? The ringmaster knew what that note meant, which is why he went to the plaza, in place of his lovely daughter. Hold it right there, Mr. Wright. What is this incident that is alluded to in this in the note? Oh, shit. An incident occurred 6 months ago, and now I am more than ready to show this court what happened at that time. More honor. Wait, are you sure that it relates to the present case? It does indeed, Your Honor. Everything in this case has its start in what happened 6 months ago. Really, Nick? I think so. Well then, if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I know I'd certainly like to know what it was. If I can't answer that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. The conclusive evidence about the incident 6 months ago is actually... What? This is it? Well, What? Excuse me? Oh my fucking god. What? Achoo. Oh my god, that was actually correct. That was like that was my last line for that one because I didn't know what the fuck else it would be. What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? It isn't a joke at all. It's the decisive evidence you asked for. What do you mean? Recall that the victim was trying to take the wooden box away with him. He was doing so because this piece of decisive evidence is what was inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, Mr. Wright. So, what exactly are you saying? Are you claiming Regina Berry killed someone with a small bottle of pepper? Taking the note into account, that's the only logical conclusion you can draw. Foolish fool who never tires of his own foolish ways. If you're so sure, Mr. Wright, then... God damn it. Now I've got to save after everything, just because... Wait, didn't Acro have that scarf? Isn't that the piece of conclusive evidence? Like, he wouldn't have put that in the chest. The pepper and the scarf are... Son of a bitch. If you're so sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then answer this question. Who is Regina Berry's intended victim? Who is this? That is Acro's younger brother. What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead. Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead.
Regina? She did that to him?
Do you spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool? Naturally, the prosecution has looked into Acro's brother, Sean Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell into his current comatose state.
A lion?
Regina, I mean Miss Regina Berry, is an animal tamer by trade. However, no tamed animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her.
So then what happened to Acro's brother?
He's not the victim of an attempted murder, he's the victim of an accident.
I see.
Now what do we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. Do you think what happened to Bat was actually an accident? The lion biting Bat was no accident at all.
What?
You're such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix Wright. There is no way that Regina would ever incite her lion to attack another human being. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina is responsible for making the lion bite Acro's brother, Bat. That's where I use this.
That's just a scarf.
Acro. This scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? That's right. And who is the one that gave this scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him.
Regina.
There is something more than just blood on this scarf, Your Honor.
And what might that be?
Pepper.
Pepper?
Pepper. Regina gave this scarf to Bat right before the accident, and she covered it with as much pepper as she could. Hey, what's with the silent treatment? Also, fuck off, bird. You're very pretty, but...
Excuse me, Mr. Wright. You've done a good job of fingering a criminal, but out of curiosity, what was her crime? Miss Berry gave a pepper-covered scarf to Bat as a present.
Where's the crime in that? Still seems like the judge doesn't get it. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Wasn't it said that the lions seemed to be smiling?
Smiling? The lion was smiling?
Right before Bat was bit by the lion. For a moment, the lion's mouth changed. It looked like he was smiling.
Lions smile?
I've never heard of them smiling. However, lions sneeze.
What?
Leon wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. In reality, all he actually did was sneeze. Yeah, he scrunched up his face like that made it look like he was smiling. He sneezed because of all the pepper on the scarf.
What?
You fool!
You've got to be kidding me. What's the matter, Miss Von Karma?
I object for objection's sake. Mr. Phoenix, right, this theory, you believe it? Oh, I should have let that play out a bit more, though. You really intend to say that this is how this joke of an accident actually happened? Of course I do. It's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro nearly lost his brother due to this accident, or this joke, as you put it. Which is why he tried to get his revenge against Regina. You foolish idiot. It almost does seem like a terrible joke, doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. To think that there's someone who treats this accident with the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that what I said was
true? Acro? You don't mean... You can't mean... The witness... Are you confirming the defense's claim? Mr. Wright. Unfortunately, your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? The pepper, the scarf, the lion. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory. What would that problem be? The same problem has always been. Evidence. If I dropped Max's bust on top of the ringmaster, where is the evidence that proves that claim? You mean the conclusive evidence? The biggest problem is the murder weapon, or the lack thereof, to be more precise. The murder weapon. The bust that was used, that the defense claims was used. If that were to be found in Acro's room, and if it was covered with the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive in my eyes. Yes, it would be. The bust. Nick, you've got to do something. This is the last step. If I get this one right, the case is won. I mean... yeah. The defense requests to search the room of witness Ken Dingling. What is it now? It looks like you still haven't figured things out, have you? By now, you must know the meaning of von Karma to total justice. You mean... Von Karma never leaves anything to chance. We already searched Atgro's room yesterday. What did you find? There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in that room, Acro would not be here as a witness. But to put a point on it, Max's bust was not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. You see, Mr. Wright? The bust wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective Dick Gumshoe executed the search by complete surprise, and we took Acro directly to the prosecutor's office after that. End of story. Just wait a second. Something's funny about all this. It looks like you like the final nail to put into my coffin. But what about the scarf? What about the note? What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence that is relevant here is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now. Do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The bust. Where is it now? Where's the bust right now? That's a very good question. You're Phoenix Wright. You know where that bust is. I'm sure you do. There's not even a single clue. How am I supposed to know where the bust is? It seems this case is coming to a close. The defense's counter-arguments look to have fallen short. Are you... Wait, what? Thank you for your support. Ah. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I think that brings to an end the cross-examination of this witness. Where is Max's bust? The defense needs time to prepare to present its case. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I just bit my tongue. Huh? What? We need time to do what? Ow! Why are you the most surprised person here? She's your aide, isn't she? Do you really have a case to present, Mr. Wright? What? You asking me? The rest is up to you, Nick. Good luck. Hey, wait, you can't be serious. Acrobats always have their lives on the lines, don't they? That's how Acro's lived his life up until now. Now it's time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose. Very well, the defense may proceed. He doesn't have a clue, and I don't think he'll be finding one anytime soon. Walking a tightrope of logic, there's no room for a false step. Sink or swim, the only way through is forward. The murder weapon. Where is Max's bust now? Somewhere in the lodging house, somewhere in the big top, somewhere in this courtroom? Okay. So... Oh, shut up. Oh my god, hang on, no. I want to take a leap on this. I think I have a good... I have at least a funny answer to this. It's obvious. The bust is inside this very courtroom. It's obviously... Where? Allow me to pinpoint the location of the bust once and for all. Wait, what? Oh, this is not where I thought this was going. The judge's bench, the prosecutor's bench, the witness stand. Acro. I'm sorry to ask this, but do you mind if I take the blanket off your wheelchair? Oh, shut up. I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you are a big guy, and you have a pretty big wheelchair because of it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under the blanket. Because it seems to me that it'd be pretty easy to say, hide a bust under there. I don't think we've had a full body shot of him this entire game. This is really dumb. Okay, hold on. Game over. Is there ever a picture of, like, Acro in his... No, shit. We've seen that multiple times in the flashbacks. Never mind. That's not completely out of left field. You do have to pay attention to not just the evidence and talking to him, but yeah. I can believe that. I think. Once again, your penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh in your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Miss Von Karma happened to search your room yesterday. If she had found a murder weapon in your room, it would have been all over. Which is why you had to hide it, in the only place that you could hide it. Under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again. Would you please remove the blanket from your lap? Well done, Mr. Wright. Masterfully played. There it is. You fool! How could you? You've got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. Two of them? Miss Francisca Von Karma and Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch the surprise search on my room last night? There were 2 pieces of decisive evidence. The cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know. But the bust... Obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try and hide the bust. And the only place that I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. And now to be caught in the middle of court hiding the murder weapon. There's no way I can escape that. So you got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Miss Von Karma. It all makes sense now. I can't believe that Von Karma thought that far ahead. It's amazing. Uh-huh. You definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. I know I sure couldn't. I can't believe it. Me. Make a mistake. Why did I order a surprise search of your room? If only I hadn't done that. Seems we finally arrived at the truth. Acro? Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. Acro. All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he'd tease her. One day, my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard, you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get him back in the same way. And that's why she covered the scarf with pepper. I know she didn't mean for anything bad to happen. I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times too. But I just couldn't forgive her, no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? I'm guilty of never ever being able to understand her. Your brother became a star. Regina believes in that so purely that she would laugh innocently when saying it. Too innocently. I just couldn't stand it, no matter how hard I tried. That's when you decided to do something about Regina. How dreadful. So are you saying that you are a victim in all of this as well? No, that's not what I mean. Oh. I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. At first I thought I'd kill myself, then I pondered giving myself up, but I couldn't just up and leave. I just couldn't. Not yet. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. Max, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't up and leave yet. This has been such a strange case, you can say that again. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot. I can't believe it. You beat me again. I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. Hooray. This court is adjourned. Fabulous. But to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this. Acro, the Ringmaster, Regina, and Bat. Not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh? Oh, that's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to. Oh, many congrats, but only at max, 1 million of them. That almost slipped by me. That almost went by. Fuck you, Mo. Thank you. What's with the vibe in this room? We're just thinking about Acro. No. If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever and never be happy. Huh? And there she is. She's been like this for a while now. I mean, yeah, so... Sweetie pie. Bat and Acro, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gonna split up. Regina. Miss Wright, tell me something. I feel like this is gonna be a thing. Do you want to know, Regina? Acro said something right at the end. I just couldn't up and leave yet. Does that mean that Acro... Is he gonna try and get his revenge on me? That's a good question. Because this was something I was gonna talk about, is that I don't quite understand the last little bit of Acro's motive here. Game over, are you still here? Yeah, because, like, I don't think that's the right answer. Like, that's not the right answer, is, I guess, what you're implying by that, but... God, I really want to see what happens here. Because this feels like the final question of the case, where someone just asks Phoenix something after the case that you have to present evidence for, but... I saved anyway, so... He's not going to do that to you, Regina. Are you sure? You're really sure? I can believe that? Yep, Acro doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore. If that's true, then I want to see some evidence. Huh? I want to know you're not just making up that stuff about Acro not wanting revenge. I don't know. This always... I don't know what it is, but these are always, like, the most difficult questions for me to answer for some reason. The bits where it's just like, okay, but do you really understand the case in its entirety by explaining this, like, one minor detail? I want to know you're not just making up that stuff about Acro not wanting revenge. I think they're intentionally hard to answer. Yeah. I actually really enjoy it because, like, there's all the, like, the complex stuff here. There's all the interconnected stuff that are not too hard by themselves, but, like, knowing the entire thing front to back up front is kind of difficult, and it steps you through it. But these ones seem like, yeah, like, I really like them, but fuck am I bad at them. Same with this blood and a small quantity of pepper. The bronze statue. The note. Photo of Max's award. Yeah, I'm not getting this one. The closest thing I can think of is the note. Because this is something to do with his motives. Trying to think of a hint. I have no idea either. Oh god. Okay. Shit. Okay. Here's the thing. Is there any of these that we haven't used? I think maybe Leon? Maybe? Damn it. I don't want to look it up, but I will if I have to. Because I don't want to miss this out, because this is usually... This isn't just like... This is a detail about the case that I could potentially miss, and I don't want to miss it. God. Wait, which one am I playing again? Justice for All, that's right. I'm gonna see if I can, like, not spoil myself on it, but, yeah, this is all about the case. No. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this. I know I saved it prior, but like reloading and stuff is gonna be a thing. Okay, so the last bit of Acro's speech is stuff about him not wanting to go just yet. He said he was contemplating killing himself. So we could think about it in that way. It's like, he thought about killing himself, he thought about getting revenge. What could stop him from doing those things now? But all of this evidence, all of the evidence is stuff that's pointing to him actually doing this, though? Like, I don't think there's a single... Oh! Right. Okay. Yeah, that actually makes sense. For the record, I didn't actually scroll down to the end of the case thing, because it turned out it was really fucking long when I actually got to it. I got to see that fucking scene again, though, which annoyed me. But I gotta be honest, like, seeing that again, I was like, no, this case isn't gonna beat me. I'm gonna be able to answer this damn question, damn it. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like, I think the logic behind this will be something along the lines of, I mean, his brother is dead to him in that way. He's talked about him being murdered, but, like, he's still in a coma, and he could come out. I'm guessing that's the reason? He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again. Bat. That's right, Regina. He's still alive, you know. I never knew. But now that Acro's been caught... Uh-huh. I know. What? I'll do it. I'll stay next to Bat as long as it takes. Until he opens his eyes. And then until he can meet Acro again. That's so sweet of you, Regina. I'm sorry, Acro. I'm sorry, Bat. Well, hopefully this is enough to give her a little peace of mind. Hey, Max. What is it, Mo? We really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? I'm sorry about what happened. So, whenever you'd like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract. I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now? That's the big question. Our ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone is sticking together. The staff, the performers, no one wants to leave the circus. That's why I made a decision. What is it? I decided I would take over as the new ringmaster. I'll turn this circus into the best circus this world has ever seen. The best circus the world has ever seen? Don't laugh. That's quite the goal. Yay, I can't wait. Then I guess that changes things. Huh? There's only one thing the best circus the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. Which means this circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen. Max. Let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say, big guy? I don't know what to say. All I can say is thank you. Regina, you're gonna help them out too, aren't you? I don't know. Maybe the circus would be better off without me. Well, I mean, you're not like being a ditz anymore. Oh, no, that's not really. You're not being incredibly childish about everything anymore. So, what are you talking about, Regina? Why do you think that I brought you court today? Huh? We've got to work together to make the I'm dropping the voice. Fuck no. We've got to work together to make the very big circus bigger than it's ever been. Mo. Mo's right, sweetie pie. There can't be the very big circus without Regina Berry. Max. Nick. Seems like everything is... Donkey. Fuck. Seems like everything is going to turn out alright here. I can't wait to go see the best circus the world has ever seen. We'll save you the most fabulous seats. It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm going to order special whoopee cushion seats. Of course you are. I see. What made the case? Yesterday's surprise raid really paid off, just like you said it would, sir. You had it all figured out, didn't you? It was just a theory. If Acro really was the killer, I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney. You mean Mr. Wright? Is this Edgeworth? Of course. Well, Detective, my plane is about to leave. As for Mr. Acro's case, you need not worry. I plan to personally stop by the Chief Prosecutor's office as soon as I get back. Understood, sir. I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Edgeworth.
There he is. Not entirely dead. Oh shit, this is the last episode? Oh yeah, I guess there was only 5. There was 5 in the last one, but that's because there was an extra one. This is... The background art here is already, okay. Well, damn. Now that... What? Oh my god. The next investigation has a sub-part to it. Okay. Okay. So that episode was not good. Was not great. It's probably the worst only by virtue of that one moment existing in that case. If that went down in any other way, I think this case is fine. I think this episode is fine. There were a lot of good twists. There were a lot of good jumps you needed to make. There's a lot of good setup in terms of evidence and stuff like that. But that one fucking detail just jettisons a bunch of credibility this case holds. I think outside of that, this case is good. But fuck. Don't forget Mo's press anything wrong and it's game over testimony. Yeah, that wasn't fun. I really dislike... From a mechanical perspective, I really dislike that. But at the same time, and I ragged on it at the time. I stand by that, but that's more of a subjective thing in terms of just how the mechanics should work. I don't think it's and Trillo's everyone repeat with me shtick. I thought that was going to go somewhere and it didn't. I feel like it would have been really easy to actually pay that off well. Those are kind of minor bumps compared to the moment. It wouldn't surprise me if that is the low point of this entire series. It's... Yeah, a lot of the writing in that is actually really compelling, but the way the case is written, the second that is revealed, everything else just becomes worse via pure association. Acro's motives suddenly fall apart. The whole rigmarole with... Oh, sorry, The mystery itself and why Max was there is really good up until the point that is explained, because then everything else falls apart. Why was this case so difficult to solve? Why was everyone so convinced it was Max? All of this stuff. And it turns out almost every single aspect of that thing was happenstance. Acro just happened to pick out the bust instead of something else. The bust happened to hit fucking Russell in a way that made the cape fall over it. And I think the explanation the game gives there are two things in that explanation that aren't shown to the player in a way that is more believable, and it makes it even worse. Because even if you can forgive the fact that it's just kind of chance, the way it shows that it actually happened is even more fantastical than that. It's a situation where it's that moment is less than the sum of its parts, because the things that go together to make the things that it's trying to do separately work and be compelling in a case like this don't go together.
you know, like, my criticism of this is something I'd need to, like, think about more to make it coherent. Because at the moment, I'm pretty much just saying, yeah, that was fucking bad because it was chance and no one planned for it. Which is the surface of it. Not to mention the fact that it's just, like, physically incredibly fucking unlikely. The only way that could happen reasonably from my perspective is for it to contradict everything leading up to that point. But yeah. Anyway, so that was apparently the worst case in the game, and I still think that wasn't terrible. I think that was good if we ignore the moment, which unfortunately we can't, and it makes it not good. But yeah. I don't think I have anything else to say about that, because that's just... Yeah, if I'm gonna talk about that particular moment anymore, I'd have to go back through the footage multiple times and talk about every single thing. Like, I'd basically be writing an essay on it at that point, because I don't know if it's because the story is good, but I found the case to be a bit annoying. Yeah, like, that's really the long and short of it, is that the story happening outside the literal case and evidence and that is really cool. But then the case has something really fucking stupid in it that undermines the rest of the case, because suddenly motivations are really dumb. People aren't thinking about what they're doing. Like the whole revelation that Acro, like, wanted to get revenge, but then, like, the only reason... Like, he was trying not to get caught so that he could see Bat again. But he didn't have a fucking plan. Like, he was just going to drop it on Regina and that's it. The only reason it was ever as complicated as it seemed was because the ringmaster was out there and was the one that was killed, and that the ringmaster wore Max's stuff out there in the first place. Like, in Acro's plan, the plan he set up for himself was going to end up with him being arrested. 100%. There is no fucking way that folds out in any other way than that. It just makes Acro look really stupid. And when there's something like, it can be done well where the person who committed the murder is even they're confused about the mystery of how this happened, right? Like, that can be compelling, but when it's portrayed in such a way that this person should have had a plan, there is no reason that they shouldn't have had a plan like this, is really not good. And that's what I mean when, like, I say this one moment bleeds into the rest of it, because if any of that aspect was planned and made more sense, then Acro's fucking brilliant, right? He was going to frame Max in the first place. He didn't end up killing the person he thought he did, but he could still get away with it because the rest of his plan is laid out well, right? And he ends up being one of the toughest people to catch, because his poker face and all of that, and he's like clearly one of the most intelligent people that end up on the stand. Or, no, sorry, not intelligent. He's one of the hardest people to break. And in fact, we didn't end up even breaking him, like, in the end. We just kind of solved it, and he's like, yeah, you got me. Like, everyone else we'd broken to a point, he's like one of the most, like, poker face, like, he's really good on the stand in terms of not letting anything get by him. And in that way, he's like one of the toughest people you've ever had to face in the game. But he's really fucking stupid. And it's this weird dissonance where, like, the only reason this was so difficult is because he had thought about all of the constituent parts afterward and came up with a really good defense. And, like, maybe Francisca helped him, obviously, but imagine if he actually planned this. I think that's the thing that bums me out the most, is that this case could have been brilliant if they applied Acro's intelligence and kind of and thorough thinking to the actual crime. But instead it just looks like he managed to stumble upon a situation he could look strong, and he's just got a good poker face. And that sucks. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm done now. Cool. So, that's going to be it for me today. Next weekend, we are going to start the final episode of Justice for All. Looks like Edgeworth's back, so that's always good to hear. It really I'm super curious what the interaction between Francisca and Edgeworth is going to be, because it sounds like Edgeworth it sounds like Edgeworth was playing the police department against Francisca, or was helping them out in some vague capacity to end up aiding Phoenix. Like, that sounded intentional, and I'm super curious how that is going to end up in this next case. Yeah. Despite this case being kind of a shit show, I'm really excited for the next one. So, yeah, next weekend, more Ace Attorney. During the week, I want to get back into Bubba Is You. Like, this week is the week that I want to get back into it. I've also been doing a lot of FF14. I don't know if I'm going to stream that. Like, I was thinking about it, but it definitely falls into a similar boat as PoE, where I kind of just go through it, listening to YouTube videos or whatnot, and feeling like I have to stream that is one of the biggest mistakes I made the previous time I was streaming. So I don't really want to fall into that trap again. I want to leave, like, the little chill games I play as the chill games that I can kind of, chill with a YouTube video or whatnot and listen to, or a stream. Still looking at a capture card, but at least for the time being, I'm going to get through Bubba Is You. From there, I'll think of other things to do. I want to try and find some more ways to stream, like, earlier in the day. Unfortunately, the problem is just, like, sleep schedules and that, and it would be incredibly rude of me to do anything loud like this in the morning. Like, I think if I was doing something chill, like, maybe that would work, but again, I don't want to really do the chill stuff. I've got to find a balance, but either way, updating the schedule to keep that up to date now, finally, I hope. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, still trying to figure things out, but hopefully I'm back for good. Touch wood, fingers crossed. I hope I didn't just curse myself. Anyway, thank you for watching if you've been watching live or on the VODs. Next weekend's Ace Attorney. Look out for stuff during the week if you're in this kind of time zone and awake. So thank you all for watching. I hope you have a lovely day, and I shall see you all next time.